I don't know why it doesn't keep the pins. We're going to switch things up a little bit. We're going to be making some separate materials for a lot of these. Maybe not. I think I do want the armor plating to be separate material completely. Because it's got heels. Nah, let's just say they go together. Just one outfit. I don't have to make it super complicated. Oh, Arctic, good morning. How's your day going? But I will keep the sword. The sword and belt I want to be a separate material. So we'll call this elf sword belt. Yeah. Copy to selected. Right? I think so. Not bad. Got the basics of my prison setup. Just a deep part of the dungeon left to plan out. I'm going to start prettying up the models a little before I need to add actual textures to the whole shebang. It's very, very exciting. I was looking at some fun techniques like trim sheets and stuff for texturing. Might be a good fit for what you're doing. Hmm. So as our prefabs currently, I need to animate the doors still. Well, I need an animator for every prefab, or can I plop it on the parent object? if you just add the animator to the prefab, that should update it for all of them, but you would need an animator. If you're just going to use the animator, you would need it for all of them because they'd need to keep track of the variables separately. Pretty sure. But it should, thankfully, since you are using prefabs, that should be a pretty straightforward tweak. I believe. I hope. I pray. Still a decent amount of empty space, unfortunately. But I guess that's not really what I should be worried about. Oh, man, definitely feels like a Monday. It's also tax day in America. Or tomorrow, I guess technically tomorrow's tax day is the last day you can do taxes. Yeah. There we go. That's a bit better. Still very unsure of how exactly animators work. I just want each door to do its own thing independent of each other. Need to script up a locking system after that as well. So I'm not quite sure how your system works, of course, but basically your main concerns are twofold. First is just the logic for it. In this case, you're using the animator to create that logic, right? Animator changes a value and animation plays. And that works just totally fine. So I think like in terms of the logic you've created for how it works, animator plays an animation to make the door open and close. That's fine. What you need to double check is how to sync those variables. So each door is going to have its own variable. And I think you would just want to double check how exactly you ensure those values on the animator are getting synced with things. So when one person does it, it does it for the other players. 5th of April is first day of the new tax year in the UK, and we have from then until 31st of December to file our returns. Of December. First day of the new tax year. That's super nice. Why is it such a pain here? Though I would probably still be saying at the end of the year, I have to do my taxes. I can't quite pretend that it's the time frame that's really the issue for me at least. Oh my god. Be right back. All the Americans I know going to panic about tax in April. Meanwhile, I like to wait until the end of May to give the government website time to update everything before I file mine. That's smart. That's very smart. Tried doing it mid-April before, and it wasn't updating correctly. Interesting. A lot of services here. I guess you guys are going. You have like one site you go to. For us, the IRS doesn't really have as direct a form. Like you usually use like some free service. All right. I see low poly placeholders. Official government website. Okay. Interesting. I can see why that would get overwhelmed. Goes directly to the government tax system. I can see why they get overwhelmed, but it is nice that it is just one spot. Oh, yum, yum, yum. No third party, no highwayman in between. I'm the highwayman. I'm the highwayman. Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's make an elfin sword. 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 Elfin sword. Also, I only have to file my tax because I'm self-employed. People in regular jobs don't, since the responsibility of the employer. Oh, fascinating. That is really interesting. I think everyone here still has to file taxes, but usually businesses offer like a W-2, so you can um, get your taxes automatically taken out as time goes on, that kind of thing. Not sure what I'd prefer there. I guess simplest is best. I want to do some sort of curved sword. Let me look up some reference. Elf Sword. Okay. pretty much going to stick with the typical style, kind of like a slanted sword. Add a subdivision to this. Ooh, pretty. How do I skew again? I was at the file text self-employed. It's probably why the system is overwhelmed early on. All the companies auto-filing stuff. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Shift, Control, Alt. Shift, Control, Alt, S, Z. There we go. Kind of like that. I really should have just done the whole thing like that. Cool. Beautiful, beautiful looking sword right now. A lie. Right now it looks goofy as heck. Hello, Ken Dragon. Good morning. I want to make an armory in the dungeon as well, but I'm looking into player object functions for that. Gonna need help from the hub since one's a bit complicated, like one equipable weapon plus shield per person at any one time. So as a way to do to sheath them and respawn them if you lose them. Should be doable as I've seen similar things in game already. There is a site, or there used to be a site, which is like a big repository for prefabs, and I believe there were some weapon systems on there already. That might be a good starting point. So I finally finished working on my model. Watching you has inspired me to just do it. I'm picking up tips along the way. Hey, I'm happy to hear that. Definitely let me know if you have any questions about Blender and stuff. But wishing you well with your model. That's good to hear. Making things is the best and the worst, but also the best. It can be good. I'm just kidding. Uh, maybe I'll dissolve this one here just for a second, like this. Not too shabby. You know what? Maybe do the blade really quick. That looks a little bit better. Yay. Okay, I like that. Might have a look to learn, but I also want to do as much from scratch possible. I want the two of us working together. Ah, charming. Me doing all the modeling, artwork ideas, and him helping with the scripting to make it a reality. That's very cool. I like that. Modeling power couple. Model, or what would be the word? Game design power couple. I like that. No vertex creasing. Vertex creasing always looks so bad. Okay, so there's more of a sword for you. Something like that. Hide this for a second and then turn on our character. If I can figure out the buttons. Seems a little long. Not like terribly long. Be right about there. Okay. Take a little sip. All right, well, let's keep working on this for right now. And I'm gonna, I guess I'll just get rid of the sheath for the moment because it's kind of useless. We're gonna switch this to a 3D viewport so I can look at the sword on the character as I'm creating it. Just get a feel for how it's working. Would be nice to update the armor first so we get a real, yeah, okay. Switch task, update the armor, then we'll continue on with this. So first things first, turn on everything. Export all collections. Back to Painter. Go. Fresh. We did really update pretty much everything. Hmm. I see. Okay, export again. Save this. Funny. Kind of implying some boob window there. Funny. Bake again. This one should be a little bit more high res, which is awesome. All right, much cleaner. Not a huge increase in resolution here. That may have more to do with my shoulder resolution. I do have the space for it, so why don't we go back and on our mesh here, the shoulder, here, we'll take this edge, unpin it. I see. Pin. Then take just this one and unwrap only that one. Will give us this edge, which isn't great. Love for it to be a little bit more even. All right. That's really nice because we do have the space to move stuff around here. Good. All right. One more time, export all collections back to Substance Painter, do a little refresh, do a little mode, do a little bake. Yeah, much better. Interesting. Definitely improved, but something's... Or the stitching pattern looks really nice. I don't know why this isn't blending together. What's going on there? As soon as it loads. So in the emboss here, this one here. What is this one? I don't know how it's ending up over there though. Huh. Because I have a mirror. And I no longer need the mirror. That's right. Because that only works with a electrical mesh. Nice. Okay, let's look at the stitches here. This one apparently is giving us double because the symmetry is enabled. Oh. That's fascinating because... Oh, no, no, no. I see. I was wrong. It's because we literally have two. We only need one. Yay. That's probably true of these ones as well. Beautiful. That's a lot of good detail. Nice and clean now. Give that a good save. And then we can export our textures. Save them here. Go back to here. Save again. And reload the file. All right. So now I feel like we're going to have a much clearer understanding of where things are going to be placed. And how it's actually working. So, join left. Vertical split. So now we can do some fun stuff like mirror this one. We're going to mirror it on the Y. We're gonna push it out a little bit, little ways, extrude it, and then close it. Delete those internal edges. Okay. This one, this edge, we're gonna push forward to kind of finish out that handle. Let's turn on this. increase those. You know what? I will actually change my mind a little and bring this one out. So that way I can sharpen it. We'll get a little bit of fall off there, but nothing too cray-cray. And then here, this edge, kind of play with it a little bit. A little bit more interesting. They are belt as well. Okay, so I want something similar to kind of a classic Elvish handle. Maybe the one like a imagined one, but it's time to start parting ways with that idea so we can start doing our own stuff. Have it blend smoothly here. Looks a little bit nicer. I think the overall look of this is nice. I do want it to kind of smoothly gradate to here. But we'll have to do that in a more manual way. Because I want to still have a little um, something like that. Nice and crisp. Let's turn up the subdivision. Because this is our high poly one. Something odd right there. What is that? It still looks weird. It's just it's too flat. Okay. Ah, it's the mirror. The mirror is merging things too close together. Gotcha. All right, and once again, I would also like a nice bevel here. why it's so crunched. Not a fan of that part, but what if? Oh. Needs to look pointier. Feels a little more like a cleaver right now. I like that. All right, how's it look in her hand? Could even be a little long. I think that feels right though. Yeah, maybe push the pommel down a little bit and be right where we want to be, I think. Maybe just a smidge longer on the blade. Okay. Just gonna put my cursor here. Select I can if my mouse stops betraying me. I'll be able to select everything. Maybe even still just a little bit bigger. Um, Beautiful. Okay, I think that feels a little bit more correct. Um, and we'll just do a little bit, try to pull out a little bit more um, unusualness. That's a phrase. Just some more visual interest if we can. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Let's switch up our positioning here. Hmm. Never mind. All right. Pretty. Okay, just some final tweaking. Trying to dial in that look. All right, we'll save that one. Then this is all the main shapes. So I don't think I'm gonna change the main shapes anymore. Might add layer some details on top, but that'll be it. So here, so let's just bring this in. And just looking for good edges to bevel. Some nice crispness. Some of these things. Maybe even one here. Okay, we'll get the rest of the forms in texturing. Let's just make a scabbard now as well. Or sorry, is that the right thing? Scabbard? Sheath? Are they the same thing? I think they are. Bada boom. So we get this, which looks all right. I don't know why it's not merging. Oh. I hit this with solidify here. Only rim. Go out. We'll start there. Maybe a little bit. Okay. Apply the solidify. How to do that? I guess I could do this. You know what? Here's what we'll do. By the way, the dungeon layout so far. You go down the main hall into a foyer. Prison is on the left. Armory and treasury is forward and currently made a crapper on the right. Nice. Hey, let's go. Very cool. Well, once you've we'll have to do like a D&D session in there at some point. Down. Turn off the mirror real quick. I'm a little confused by the layout here. No, that's right. Why does it feel off? There we go. So purple tiles are my workaround for fitting my prefabs. They are just planes with the correct origin positions that I use as parents to drag and drop the cells into. It's very smart. Means that I can change. Means I can space things perfectly in Blender and have it auto update in Unity if I change anything. That's such a good feeling when you get like your workflow down and it's like, oh, you're no longer doing that labor to get the update in. It just make a change, see that change. Okay, we're going to try to keep it simple. So this is our sword for now. Let's switch this back to UV editing. I think we can just try unwrapping it. Just technically, yeah, we can just do. Do this. Guess I do want it curved. Yeah. Can always straighten it out later. And I guess that's it, really. Funny. And this is the high poly sword. So we'll call this sword high. And then elf sword scabbard high. Take both these, duplicate, and send these here. Excuse me. My goodness. Ooh. And then here, get rid of the bevel. Turn the subdivision down. We're just gonna mesh it and mesh this. And then for both of them, say select side of active on the Y global. That should work. What are our stats at? Oh, okay. That's super minimal. Awesome. Great. Hello, Snardom. Welcome. Hello, Sword Master Sam. Indeed. We're making a little. We got our sword, and we're also doing a little belt with it. We'll be packaging this up as its own asset eventually. But for now, we're just getting everything ready to bake a rune. There's not too much to this one. Put these here. Well, they really should be. How's your day going, Snardom? Good. There. More to this? I feel like there should be more. I mean, the thing is, with this work, I feel like I worry about student grades more than they do. You did now just got home date filled the grading projects slash presentations. You probably are not wrong on that. I guess I could turn them. Yeah, I will make the scabbard just a bit bigger. Okay, go with that. Yep. Now let's set up the collections for exporting. I'm just going to copy this location and just make sure we're changing the name to, in this case, elf sword belt. Hi, Polly. Hello, Polly. Export collections. Things are looking good there. Let's go make a new file. Take. Let's be elf sword and belt. And in here, take these. Copy to selected. All right. First things first, get rid of this base layer, add an actual base. something like this. This will be the leather. And we'll just grab all this. Let's exclude these two. Beautiful. Okay. And we'll do sword, scabbard. And this will be, let's do like a bronzy color for now. Metallic. Something like that. Start with. And blade. Gorgeous. And then lastly, the hilt. All right, some basic blockouts. And let's look back at our fantasy weapons. See how they're setting things up. Nothing too shabby. So on the blade, we'll drop in another template flat. We'll switch this to a generator for edge wear. So you get kind of a nice sharper edge. I'll probably do that edge wear a few times, but for now I'd like to start it on just the blade. So it'll look a little different. I'll do blade roughness, variation, and add a fill, noise, do a fractal sum, and just push down that roughness a little bit again. Maybe make this a little darker. Multiply, get some nice noise on there. Looks like I didn't export with the mirror enabled. The fractal sum, I'm going to blur it. With a linear dodge. Set it back to normal. see it. All right. Let's actually go back really quick. And on all of these, we're going to copy. Well, it really should just be these two. Copy the weighted normal to selected, and then make sure these have a mirror. And let's, oh, and then also for these two, make sure the mirror is way more accurate. And let's export again. Here. Refresh. Probably need to do a little rebake. Yeah, you can see that looks strange there. So mode, bake, and bake again. Spend forever waiting for Unity to enter play mode only to find out how to update the colliders again. The curse. It should be applying the modifiers. It is. So why do I still have this soft edge there? So that's actually on. There we go. The again part, relatable. How about I change the name of this item so I know what the heck it is? Unity. Beautiful. Oh, that looks so solid. I love it. I love it. Okay. Now the hilt, I'm actually going to rename to gold. Or no, it should still be hilt. And the sword scabbard should be gold. I'm going to duplicate. Gold we'll put up top. This one we're going to set to like a matte black. And we're going to remove this. There we go. And we can do stuff like this. Every time I do this, though, it's like I should probably just be doing this with a separate material or an ID map. For now, we won't worry about it. Probably have to worry about it at some point. I need to bake one more time because I didn't have the correct. We cancel that, apply diffusion, and bake. Do everything in Blender, no need for pesky ID maps. Right? Not too shabby. Call this belt knuckle instead. Let's make it match. Paint. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna head to the restroom real quick. BRB. I just name everything badly because I have no idea what I'm doing. So I end up with really terrible names for everything by the time it's supposed to take shape in both Blender and Unity. Then I get the bright idea of changing the object names somewhere along the lines and fall through the world on the next playtest. um, hmm. Yeah, I wish. What I kind of wish is that, like, you could just name things a certain way in Unity, and then just on import, it would automatically set up things like, floor underscore collider, and it would just look for, okay, that one needs a collider, and it just adds it when it's reading it. I think that'd be pretty useful. All right, let's take a look at the hilt. We're going to add some bands of stuff. There's engines out there that do exactly that. Cough, Godot cough. Unity is one of those programs where, like, they really have never used their own software, have they? I'm gonna have to step away in just a second again. All right, so we're gonna do some stripes. We're gonna add a fill of stripies, like so. Actually, no, I could use a gradient. This. Still do planar projection. Just gonna shrink it down. What a cylindrical. And rotate our texture. Or no, I have to rotate it here. Right? Oh, I see. There we go. Sadly, I'll have to do more work, but soon I'll be blending again, along for a couple days. Have a good one, everyone. Same to you, Snardom. Enjoy your day. Good luck with work, and enjoy your vacation soon. Should go the other way so I can darken it, like so. And let's just make sure that this does not have these faces right here. I guess I can just do this and then that. That's simple. Boom. Easy peasy easy. Keep thinking of more things I need a model for this. The fun never stops. Oh, 1 second, everyone. All right, I return again. So we're looking at dish here. We're going to add some roughness variation too. Yeah, like that. Bring it down there, maybe a little bit less. Something like that. Okay. Circle's a little bit small. See if we can maybe I can change the amount. Dialing it here. Yeah. No, it's really this. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I like that. I think it's a start. Um, and then for our blade, I know that I'm going to want to put going to want to put a design on there. So we'll do this. We'll call this blade emboss. And we'll add a fill in here. Set that to planar projection. We'll do something like this. It's not elegant enough. Switch the repeat to none. How's that looking? Like that. Kind of simple for the moment, but we'll add a linear dodge to this and then duplicate our layer. Let's try just a few other designs along with it. Something like that. Eh. Try one of these more intense ones. Ooh, that does look kind of cool. The hatch marks don't make a lot of sense though. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that does look cooler. We're getting some oddness here. Turn it slightly. See if that improves the design there. Maybe even switch it to cylindrical projection. Interesting. Not what we're going for. Okay. Cool. Obviously, we're going to want to design on the scabbard too. So for the emboss, I'm just going to copy this whole folder and go to scabbard and just paste it right in here. And we'll just move this over. And in the scabbard selection, I'm going to remove these. That's kind of nice. Maybe even do one of these. It's pretty. We'll do a noise. Something. A bit of detail on there. Some slight roughness change. It looks kind of weird. Let's see what other type of noises we can get. Woo! Huge, man. That looks kind of interesting, actually. All right, so then for height on gold, I will set it to replace. For the gold, we're going to duplicate. We're going to do another pattern. Do something like this one. And we'll put this right at the end in order to create like a fun little app. My eyeball. All right, now for this one here, retreat. What else we could do with this? That looks a lot better. It should replace it. All right, let's add a anchor point here. Call this grip. Anchor point, I'll actually put below. And then above this, we'll add one called grip shadow. We're going to use that fill with the anchor point. And in it, I want to pop my neck. But in it, make it dark. Let's also add some ambient occlusion here. So we could do with a little bit of that. And then we'll add a levels to push it inwards, right about there. And another height. Interesting. Fascinating. So my other idea as well is to take kind of the same thing, the grip here, but let's get rid of this anchor point. And we'll use a fill right here. Grab that mask. Let's look at the mask view. And the fill is doing this. What I want it to do, it's not quite doable, is it? About, instead of here, go to stripes. Get rid of the shift. Set it also to the cylindrical projection. Okay, so let me, wait, no, we have that right here. This is what I wanted to change. Now the stripes here, 0 shift. Perfect. All right, so now we have a mask. Now, so we can select every other one. And then within here, we delete that. Just going to copy this one more time, paste it in here. Call this Alt Grip. And thank you. Alt. I'm still drinking it. Yeah, I appreciate it. I've already had it. This is my second one. Oh. I love when my brain comes up with a much simpler way of doing what I'm trying to do just as I finish it, that ass backwards way. Too relatable. Like how that looks, actually. La, 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 la. Cool. I think we'll go with that. Kind of an interesting, elegant pattern. $1.58. 30 clicks. Okay, interesting. All right, let's get these textures out of here. So, for some reason it always wants to do this, but do file, save as, so I can copy this path. And then do Shift Control E. Texture, so we're in the folder. A new one for the sword. Belt. Select. Blender. Blendy. $4K. At least the high poly ones. We go to the low poly. Click here. Take all these layers, delete them. Hit Shift Control T. Go up, textures, and here, take everything. Boom. Just want to get rid of displacement. And we'll do that. Beautiful. The metallic pattern is a little strong. It looks a little, doesn't seem to quite match the look I'm going for, I think. But And I want to see what it looks like on the character. Placeholders, data transfer, and bodysuit. Kind of get a feel for the look. All right, then I'm also going to duplicate this. Switch this to the scabbard. Feels almost like Ottoman style. I think the gold is really changing the feel of it. There's no gold motifs on the armor, so I think it feels somewhat surprising to see it on the sword. So maybe let's get rid of it being gold. Maybe like a slightly darker silver. That's kind of interesting. Here, I'm going to switch this to a warp projection. And we can set this to, it can't repeat with this, but we'll edit our vertices by taking these. Maybe not. One second. Can I do this, please? We're going to scale it up a little bit more because I want it to cover everything first. Then we'll manipulate the vertices. And all we really need to do is take this edge, move it here, and rotate it. So we want it to turn with our blade. Or, yeah. Okay, I feel like that looks a little bit better. Because now it feels like it respects the look of it a little bit. Okay. Save. Export again. All right, we're back. All right, now for our leather over here. You may have guessed it, but we also want some more embossing because it's just a nice, simple, effective. Actually, some metal, ornate metal bits would actually look nice. Like if I took these. Did some height on it. Boom, push it out a little. Give it some roughness, metallic, and voila. A little bit smaller. Get the diamond in it. Maybe not. Ooh. Oh, that looks good. Beautiful. Maybe, maybe not metal. Let's just make the emboss. Go. Leather. And ooh, Casing emboss. That looks nice. This will be main belt emboss. Then next. Something like this. Maybe a little. Would like to scale it, but I can't. Nope. Keep it right there. Then we'll duplicate this, put this here. Switch this to a gradient. Something. Ooh. Something like this. Out of levels. Should get rid of it really quick. For the gradient, we're going to invert it. Add levels back. Shift. Like this. And now we just have a nice little edge. Nice little bevel. All belt emboss. which I actually quite like how that turned out. It makes me think there's probably some other really simple ways to bevel the edge of something. So let's do the main panel emboss. And we'll replace these. Just going to add a generator, UV border. This lets us kind of select a panel. Like that. It's a little nice. Like right here, we get this nice edge. Or we could go the other way on that. But just a nice, quick, easy way to get additional detail. And again, we should be able to do that multiple times. So I should be able to subtract that, then adjust that distance to kind of create this interior edge as well. Interesting. Then we just need to add a paint and make sure to remove it from, well, let's just do bam. Multiple. There we go. Not too shabby. Just a little edge detail. Let's export this. Then in here, we'll save and just reload the file. Okay, definitely feel like it matches the color scheme better. Belt's looking super good. Needs some more texture on the actual material. It's a little too smooth right now. So on the leather, get all of our embosses here. Let's do a noise. And we'll do just roughness. Something a bit like that. Well, let's we'll do another flat. This will be our edgeware. Which looks cool. Not what we want to do. I'd rather make it darker. And on this material, we'll give it a little bit of height, but the other way, right there. So, okay, then I like that. I think we'll just do a fill on it as well. We'll do planar projection, switch it to triplanar. Switch it to another grunge. Something like this, but then just lower that influence quite a bit. That'll just give us just a little bit of pock marks that I think kind of sell it. Roughness wise, a bit lower. There we go. That looks a lot like leather to me. Or at least, yeah, something like leather. Save. One more thing on all of these. Can't do multi-edit. Bit of a shame. So copy this, delete, paste, delete, and paste, paste. And then we'll take all of these folders, which are just generally the embossing ones, put them in one folder, and then turn down. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, I think that should be good. Did I export it? I forget. I'm gonna export it again. Save. Go here. On the material. Let's get a nice close-up view, and then just refresh our project. Much better. It feels a lot more real than it did before. Probably also need to put some imperfections onto our swords. Curve shadow would probably look pretty nice on all of them. And then we just need variation on the metal because it looks impossibly smooth. All right. Show on top, curve ambient occlusion on the very tippy toppy of everything right there. Mm. Actually, we should have closed this top part off. And again, our gold, which we'll just call Natto for now. Slap in a noise. Triplanar. And tile it a little. Do just roughness for right now. A little bit of contrast here. Set this to multiply. Okay. Maybe a tiny amount of height difference. Okay. And we're also going to do the edge bar. Okay. Save that, save this. And then reload the textures. And it definitely looks better there. The leather's still, it doesn't have any sort of variation there, so it makes it feel plasticky. And same with the buckle. I thought the buckle had the same group as this one. But I guess not. You know what? Yeah, it's fine. One other thing to add to this layer, the metal, will be a fill scratch layer. Tile that a little. And we'll just turn down that. That's more like there. So all right. Oh. Call this micro bump. Of course, add a fill. We're going to use my favorite noise, blue noise. Certainly a lot of details in it. A little bit of roughness. I'm going to blur it very slightly. Blur this right here. Okay. You know what? I don't need to do blur. I just need to do an anti-maintenance. Yeah, much better. Okay. I would say that's just about it for right now. Export again. Save. And I think we'll reload this one more time. And then we're about to just step over to Unity. Start getting all of our stuff into Unity. Oh. Okay. There we go. A little bit more resolution on the blade. I don't know if I like this star pattern. It's like fun, but not necessarily. Does it make sense for this character? I don't think so. All right. And we're waiting for it to load. So, how do we want to organize this? Oh, we are missing the heel. Oh, that's so funny. Let's see, it's got the interesting. All right, the low poly and the high poly have some differences. Okay, a little more to fix up here. Load. Might just be easier to unwrap it again. Funny. I think it is actually. All right, so we'll take our high poly heel, send it over to boot low poly, rename it. One, two, three. Okay, and now where is the high poly? What is the word for this? Boot, heel, spike? Sure, let's call it that for now. Then duplicate it, send this over to the low poly boot, rename it, and make sure we're all lined up. Actually, just these two for now. All right, turn on both. Export all collections. Save. Back to Substance. Open up the bodysuit. Then wait for it to load. And let's go ahead and rebake. Right here. Boot, heal, spike, tie. Should be matching now. What's the issue there? Hello? Instead of refresh the oh, it's the material that's the issue. Okay, that makes more sense. Right. Bake. Good. Bake. Hmm. Something odd there. Boot, heal, spike, low. Everything's scaled correctly. Check face orientation. That's proper. This one's proper. Scaled correctly. It's only one of them. We do have a solidify on here, which means we probably saw the solidify right here. Yeah. And then we don't even need the solidify. Let's turn this up. 3. Go back here. And copy. Yeah, this one should also. Not very different at all, so those ones I'll keep the same, and then we'll go ahead and export all the collections. And then bada boom, refresh that mesh. Make the meshing maps. All right, much cleaner. Oh, we weren't actually done doing whatever we were doing here. That's the armor emboss, which frankly. Feel like use some work still. You know what? Let me just leave it like that. This one's got a weird shadow. Where's that coming from? Okay. That looks a little more interesting now. do another for the bottom one. We'll duplicate this one. Bum, 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 bum. Click, click. There we go. I don't know, but that's what we're gonna try. That. Save. Export them textures. Save. Close. Go back to home. Whew. Sorry, one. Man, I don't like that. I like either of those. This is okay. I like that. Yeah, so back to here real quick, and then on this particular, like, let's do a quick paint. Let's mark this out. Maybe just the top one. Just a little bit of that. Okay, so now we have to think about how we're gonna attach this to the character. So on the placeholders, really better to call it it's called what it is, elf body suit email. We're probably gonna turn this whole collection into an asset belt. Boots. Long holder. Sword. Small. Scabbard. So those are all the items there. And then we would want just a compiled one version of the character. Send to here. And this is just bodysuit. So, hello Fallout, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Okay. All right. So now we have. Oh, did I remove bodysuit low? So this one's marked as an asset. I guess I would want to do it piece by piece. That would be a little bit simpler in some ways. Funny. I have a challenge. Oh, my knee. Just relaxing? Good. Good. Sounds like a good day then. Oh, my knee. Okay. All right, so we got maybe another 30, 40 minutes of work for today, at least on stream work. Wow, okay. Things are looking good. I'm excited. This little pattern looks off. I don't like the scabbard in its current form. So we're gonna redo the scabbard at some point. But for now, I'd like to get everything from Blender into Unity, setting it up in a way I can use it properly. Oh, it's already gone. I think we'll take. How do I do this? Okay, let's unmark this as an asset. Take this collection and mark it as an asset. Elf bodysuit female. Done. Now an asset. We can go over to our asset browser. Unassigned. It should be in here. Right here. And we'll add it to our outfits collection. So now it's right there. Oh, I guess we would also want to mark the material. Not sure why I need the materials, but what I did last time, so I'm guessing I will need it. Can't remember what the pain point was. Ah, interesting. Another issue with how we have it set up is that all of these objects are, for the most part, I have to think this through. I assume poly mesh, because I want this. Whenever I need to remake that. All right, I guess I should have made a placeholders low poly version, and I should have kept it. Okay, so take all these, duplicate them, send the duplicates here. For these ones, remove all of our nodes, all of our modifiers. Copy modifiers. So now they're empty objects. And then we want to use our rapid update. Yeah, belt position. Just placeholder. And duplicate. Belt goes here. Probably a better way to put that, but for now. All right, put that here. Everything else is looking good. I actually already have a weighted normal on. Oh, wait. That's right. The geometry node gets rid of my weighted normals. Though it shouldn't anymore. I think in the latest update they changed that. Copy that. All right, now that we've locked them all in, let's just review. Just getting rid of triangulate and any other unnecessary modifiers. Okay. So close those, and then in these objects, which are empty, we can add the rapid update to target the collection. So, a belt placeholder, bodysuit, boots, pauldron, scabbard, small pauldron, sword. All right, so now they're looking good. And we can go ahead and update. 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 Yes. Okay, so now this whole collection is an asset that I should be able to load into my other file. So I will have to get rid of this one. And in our outfits collection, all right. Hello, Ray. Good afternoon to you as well. Welcome, welcome. So let's save this here. Going to open up this again. We're going to transfer some additional information over to our placeholders. So in this character, or this chunk, we're going to add a data transfer. We're going to use our scoot low. Like that. Copy to selected. And these are going to be cc underscore stored. Do anything? We have to do that. Here. Bam. Right. Um, 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 um. Let's high poly. This doesn't seem right. There's no vertex groups. We need the vertex groups, so we just go here, we hit generate. Now we have the vertex groups. Generate. 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 Then just update these ones. Boom. 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 Be able to do that. I updated them all, but just in case, update. All right, now when we return to Penelope, some of them should be moved. They should have moved. And they did, but I'm assuming this one is warping. See how the tip of the metal plate here is moving. No good. good enough to get this into Unity for now. Loading. Save. All right. Things look weird, but that's expected. Now we need to update our textures. Unity, Unity, Unity. Save. Okay. One chunk of texture is fixed. Save. However, we are still missing just one of the materials, which would be the... how do I want to do this? Because my goal would be to have the outfits and the props kind of in their own thing, their own place. So a little bit of reorganization here. But now we have the elves, and that's like the characters themselves. Let's rename this to... Actually, you know, take it back. Elves is correct. But we're just going to create another folder for avatars. That would include Penelope. And we would have her materials in here. Never mind. I'll create another folder. This will be elf body suit female. This whole thing goes in there. It's gonna yell at me again? Yeah, it is. I don't know what the issue is there. confused why that was breaking, but okay, so we have the texture there. The mesh right here. So avatars, and then I suppose we would have another folder that would just be outfits. We could drop that right there. We have another folder that would be props. And in here, this would be folder. I guess with how much space I have, I might have the sword, the belt, and then maybe like a over the shoulder belt. All of those, I think I'm gonna make on one material and in one folder, because that way I just have like one set of weapons. I don't know. We'll see. For now, elf, sword. I have a feeling that will change, but that's okay. And then in here, we'll create a folder, be textures. Mesh. But for now, just the textures folder is what I really want. Copy this. Go here, save. Go to the sword and belt, save this. I'm going to export these using V10. Save. Back to here. Beautiful. We'll take let's duplicate it. Move this here. We'll call this elf sword and belt. Probably switch that over to just elf weapons, but that's okay. Interesting. Huh. Oh, sword. Then on our avatar, Penelope body to sword and belt. I missed. Sword and belt. Beautiful. Missing one of her hairs. Just has hair 4 right now. A little bit of intersection. As well. Remove Will ARP export non-skinned objects? I don't know. I actually have no clue. Funny. All right. On our source, actually, curious. Does that work? If I want to make a UV discard layer in order to make the clothing fit properly. So I'll leave it at 1. Hello, Koyato. We're getting a character into Unity right now. So I've got her right here. We're just setting her up. It's a from scratch avatar I made. And we're just kind of getting some things set up right now, like UV discard. It's called UV offset or set. I used it on offset UV map. That's, I don't know why that didn't show up. Oh well. Right here. Now she should have it. And we want to, so yeah, we can use the original UV map. There'll probably be a few of these. Hair texture looks cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. And we've set it up in a way where I can change the colors quite easily. There's some other hair materials as well, but we got like a blonde, pink. We're gonna be playing around with that a lot more, but right now it's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Oh. Excuse me. Okay, but if we offset her UVs on this version, do we lose the rigging on her? I guess we just do a real quick test just by offsetting it once. I mean, she's still rigged right now. What happens if I put it before the rig? Seems fine. Okay. All right, wait for that to load. We're just chilling right now. That took 1,000,000 years, and it also didn't work. Something broke. And that was my fear. It was that this offset is in the wrong spot. So I'm going to go here, select body, select this. We just selected, remove from here, low poly. Outside of technical stuff, what does coming up with character design look like for you? It's tough. I definitely feel like character design is just really challenging. I prefer to work. I think at this point with what I do, I think I prefer to mock things up in 3D versus 2D. I'd rather have some sort of 3D approximation than 2D. Not everyone works that way, obviously, but I think that I'd rather find just like a really quick, simple, and cheap and easy way to get some sort of 3D approximation. Play around with that, change it, get the variations, or but just generally have like an impression of what I want. That's what I prefer. Um, And then I get a lot of my reference images from Pinterest. So I have a big collection of Pinterest boards that I've record stuff on, built different. Perhaps I think that if the if I didn't have Blender, I would just get some Sculpey or something like that, and I would build it in 3D a different way. Just because that being said, I did sketch out this character. I'm not sure where my sketchbook is, but I did sketch out this character in 2D a little bit beforehand. So I suppose I had some inkling of what I wanted. Um, anyway, yeah, it's just different for everyone, I think. But generally, I'm targeting like kind of well established uh, ideas, elves, things like that. So might change if I was doing something a little more out there. That should have updated. Oh, I see. Hmm. All right. Well, I need to make my selections. I know this modifier works. It just takes some time to do everything properly. Let's turn on the outfit. So when the bodysuit's on, this will be pretty simple. We'll go ahead and make a vertex group called UV discard. Bodysuit. And just select everything. There's something like that. Assign. Then back to our modifier. Why is everything loading so slowly? I'll move it up. Update. All right, now we're chilling again because this always takes a little while to do. Loading. Then we have to export too. So the back and forth here is kind of slow. Now we export, but first let's check the UV maps, and beautiful, we have pushed it up there. Good stuff. Not a really problem. Okay. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Also, if anyone hasn't yet, hasn't seen it yet, I did release a pack of characters on Gumroad if you're interested. There's a free character in there too that you can download right now, Julian. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop it in chat if you're interested in checking it out. All the characters are VR chat avatars and they're VTubers for Warudo. You get both. And there's a free one here, Julian. You can check them out. Then yeah, get a whole pack of characters. You can see the video there if you'd like. I'll drop it in chat for y'all. All right, so now Penelope body, we're gonna do UV file discard, and we can turn off the lower body or the portion of the body that's covered in the suit. There we go. Now no more clipping. Things look pretty good. Oh, we got our hair 3 back. I wonder where that went. We had our hair, and then it went away somehow. Funny stuff. Okay, she's looking very good now. Almost done, I think. Let's take a look at her wig in here. Yeah, I'm just gonna reset it. Even though it's yelling at me, I know that this character is working just fine. As is. I prefer to work with it reset completely because otherwise things are weird. Weirder. I know it's an awkward pose, but I do have to just confirm everything's working properly. The mouth should not be open. Which actually I'm kind of interested in. That's head, jaw, close. Not entirely sure how that really works. Why is it just so bad every time? Then for the left arm, got that shoulder movement. That looks pretty good. You're gonna see that the tip of this pauldron is stretching. Don't want that. I'm assuming the other one is also having a similar issue. Actually, no, not as bad. Not as bad at all. Okay, good. Do, 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 do. So now what we'll want are to use something like this, VRCF Avatar Shared Expression Gestures. Let's drop that right onto the character. Make sure we have an avatar descriptor. Frame edit. Ah, damn, we don't actually have the lip sync just yet, because yeah. Oops. Oh, you know, those bones look like they're in the wrong spot. Maybe it's just me. Cool. So that will fix the eyeball. Need to rename the mesh to just body. Very important that we use body, because otherwise our animations are going to be looking for the wrong things. Okay. Additionally, I want a correct animation I have to be a little clever on how I reference that. So we need to get the animation from our older characters, other versions of our characters. So let's say I don't have any of them apparently. So we're going to open, we're going to go up. We'll go to Nora. Go to Blender, open up Nora. Oh, didn't need to do that at all. Load, please. Load. New file. I'm going to make a cube. Actually, no. We're going to make a text object. We're going to call it shape key baker human ARKit human plus BRC seams. Save. We're going to save this, and we have the source bodies, source creatures, eyes, hair. In source bodies, we'll make source body resources. Actually, no. Rename underscore source body resources, because I want it at the top. Because I'm lazy. I like, makes me feel better. Okay, so we'll go in here and we'll say source body resources. Save. Now we're going to file append, go over to Nora, Blender, Nora. In an action, action ARKit Baker human 2. Should be the right one. And so now it should be in our scene. Do a horizontal split here. Switch this to dope sheet. Add the baker. So now it's on this. I'm gonna copy this, rename this object to shape key baker ARKit baker human. Then we'll mark the whole thing as an asset. You can find it here. And I can't rotate it. Funny. So we just get this instead. Then we'll update it. What? Take this, drop into our animations, go back to our character, Penelope. Right, we'll take that animation, drag it into the scene. Now we've got it. We can select our rig, Go to animation or face rigging, actually. Then we'll also text open, ARKit, Baker Human 2, open. On the rig, reference our animation, save. Did we adjust anything for this one? Yes, we would have. We would have made the blink a little differently. So let's go back to the one we were using before right here. And yeah, it's also in the correct pose. Just check that over there for now. Please load, please load. So at 54 is when the VRC related stuff appears. So I'm actually going to delete everything else. Go back to our first version of this. Take all these. Go to frame 1. Copy them. Penelope. Paste them. Okay. Because I spent quite a while getting her expressions dialed in. And I realized that the way I was copying and pasting them would not retain any of that. So let's isolate our view really quick. Take this and turn off. Triangulate. It's already off. It's so slow. Probably gonna have some kind of silly expressions to start with. Classic Skyrim style. expressions. So we'll definitely go in and kind of clean it up because it's a little. We could do better. Save that here. Select the character. We'll go to our this stuff. Swap out this one for ARKit Human Baker 2. Update. It's exporting. We're just updating it. Oh. Boom. Okay, that took a billion years, but we're good now. Let's test out the facial animation real fast. Connect. Okay, yeah. Okay. Good. That's holding up well. Oops. Export one more time. And then we'll test in the emulator, in Unity emulator, to see if our expressions, not if they're looking good, but if they're working. Because they'll probably look a little bizarre. Save. Go here. All right. Looking pretty good. Let's go to the avatar descriptor, lip sync. Beautiful. Eye look should be working correctly now, and we should also have in the body the blink blink. Very blink. You know, I swear I spent some time trying to automate this. I -27. Maybe even a little bit negative. Gorgeous. Save. Slap the emulator in the scene. And hit play. See what happens. Either way, we're going to be calling it in just a few seconds for today's stream. Oh, that's terrifying. What happened there? Funny. So there's like a, what is that? Something else. That's the teeth. Some other texture on here. That would explain it. That would explain why my eye textures have been looking weird. Okay, well, we know that's broken. How about other things? Manual expression puppet. Looks pretty good, to be honest. Then we can turn them off. Or we can turn off these ones. So that disables them. Okay, perfect. All right. Good stuff. Lol. Yeah. Reminds me of that old cartoon. I forget what it's called, but that has to be the Unity settings, not. So go to elves, avatars, here, configure, and we just need to hit reset. And done, apply. And try one more time. Perfect. Looks like I got my look up and look down backwards. Or they're backwards on my mesh. Looks up. Look down. Charlie looks down. Look up, and look down. That definitely seems correct. So why is it? Okay, that must be the emulator then, because I don't. Anyway, doesn't matter. Funny. Yeah, for some reason that's backwards. She's looking good though. I can't control her eyes. Okay, we're going to call it here for today. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out. Hope you're all having an amazing Monday. I was going to say Wednesday, but man, we're just the very start of this week. I think this week we're going to be finishing Penelope here. There's a good chance we'll have her uploaded and available for purchase tomorrow. So if you're interested in purchasing this avatar, definitely keep an eye out. I'll probably upload her first with a sale. So if you're interested in getting her on a discount, of course, let me know. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Thank you, Arctic. I appreciate that. You have a nice rest of your day yourself. And I'll catch you all very soon. Hit follow, hit subscribe. Either way, I'll be back tomorrow. So hope to see you then. Bye, everyone.